Well, good morning, good afternoon, actually, everyone. Hey, welcome into Flying with Mike, a special YouTube video. Had a question about the flight factor, A320. We're going to kind of answer it, continue the answer, I should say, with a flight with it. Let's just see what happens. I know why I'm a little disappointed with the weather. Bear with me a second. I forgot for the arrival I did on a flight earlier. I had to change things. Bear with me as we rescan and download it and load it. There we go. Now this is what the METAR shows in Chicago. Yes, folks, we're at O'Hare. We are going to be taking off out of here, headed for Fort Myers. The actual name of the airport is Southwest Florida International Airport. It is the main airport of Fort Myers. The other one, our airport gets service from Dakota, very close by. Okay, so without further ado, let's hop up into cockpit. All right, as you can see, we're cold and dark. Prior to firing it up, what we're going to do is talk a little bit. We're with Virtual American. Now, it's a very if you're that kind of pilot that's looking to fly as real as possible, check them out. They'll be in the description below. Look down there, you'll see VA or flight flown with, and look for the details. Check them out before you join, because folks, they do take it up a step. Like I said, if you like it real as can be, they would be one you'd be wanting to check out. Virtual American is who we fly for today. All right, we are in November 111 US. It's one of the US Airways aircraft that came over with US Airways, sorry about that, purchase of American. That's right, US Airways, which was actually bought by America West. And that's as deep as we'll get into it, because a lot of people look at me and go, you are so wrong. Look it up, folks. It's out there. America West bought US Airways, took the name US Airways, kept the call sign Cactus, and then later would buy American, keeping the American logo because it's more known. Anyway, so there you have a quick rundown. Quickly through the pre-flight here. Do it real quick with Sim Toolkit so you all can see. Now, what's not showing here, and we're going to show here in the weather, and it may have changed. It's been about an hour since I started my pre-flight. But the winds are about the same, 230 at 8, gusts to 17, 7 miles of visibility. But the sky is broken at 700. Now, we'll see if that's where the ceiling actually is. Kind of a little skeptical, but we'll see. Temperature, a balmy 1 degree Celsius, 2981 on the barometer. So you can kind of see they're aiming us to 22 left, and that's where I plan to take off. All right, down in Florida, southern Florida to be exact. Winds 240 at 9. Look at that. Look, I wonder if we'll take runway 6. Just kidding. Temperature, a very nice, comfortable 18 degrees Celsius. Those of you in the U.S., that's close to 65 degrees. Beautiful weather down there. And the altimeter 30.11. So we really have two good, we have a pretty good flight in store today. Loadout, we're going to take only 101 people want to leave of Chicago. And I say it that way, folks, because if I would have said the words I wanted to use, I might get beeped. No, I would not want to be in the Chicago area. Anyway, and I am down here in the St. Louis area, and I'm still wondering if that's too close to Chicago. But anyway, it's 101 people fleeing Chicago. We got 5,555 pounds of cargo. Could be some people trying to sneak in that way. And again, there's our flight. CMSKY, CARYN, CYBIL, Pocket City, HITMN, Q19 to BULZI, Q81 to NICKI, direct PLYER and the Tenny to arrival. Maybe they call it tiny. But anyway, we've got some ups and downs here. We'll, work with if we even do them. Since we end up at 38, there's a good chance I won't. So we'll kind of play that by ear. All right, folks, and as you can see, at least the top of climb looks pretty decent. The most of the bad stuff is way out west or way out east. So, all right, so with that, folks, looks like it got a little foggier while we were sitting here. Let's get this thing going, shall we? Now, this is going to be, just so you all are aware, this is, and it is in the notes, the Flight Factor A320U Ultimate 1. Stand by. I had it in front of me and I just pushed it away. 1.7.3 is the version. So that way you know where I am, because there are some changes that came with 1.7.2 and then modified a little more in 0.3 that you're going to see. A lot of good stuff, but there's still some stuff they need to work on, and they have finally asked the Flight Factor community mainly about this panel. It is not the greatest, folks. So, but anyway, that way they can actually see it. So without further ado, let's get into it. Go up to the top here. Whoops, why did it do that? That's why. First things, go ahead and turn the external power on, then we'll get the batteries. One thing you're gonna notice here, folks, if you're not familiar with Airbuses, if the switch is dark, 9 out of 10 times it's in the position it needs to be. Otherwise, it'll tell you, like fault, off. Probe heat will say on. That's one of the few, but it's in auto when it's dark. But you would need to turn on your anti-ice if so needed, which you'll probably need. All right, continuing on. Let's just start working up. We'll turn the cruise supply off. Quick check. Okay, everything's looking good. This will clear most likely when we do our turn on our INS. Okay, back down. Let's just doing a quick run here. Okay, coming up, fuel pumps are already off, and let's just start again. Okay, so emergency lights, cockpit lighting looks good. All right, all the light bulbs are working. Auto probe heat's off, bleeds off. We've got everything set and ready. Do our APU check. While I'm here, okay, coming back down, work our way up, off, off. Center that. Everything else looking good. Let's just okay. All right. With that, let's start the fueling. Now, I'm just gonna check to make. Sorry about that, folks. Alright, just checking a few things out that need to still be done. Alright, let's head over to the EFB. This is not like TOLUS, folks, where you can do a lot of stuff. That's what I was checking to see if they had upgraded that, but they have not. I don't know if they plan to go the way TOLUS did. Oh, man. The guy in the studio forgot to get rid of some toolkit. Sorry about that, folks. All right, so what we did here, come in, when you first fire the plane up, you hit ground power, chocks, do it real quick here, real quick. I always go straight for the external power and then turn my batteries off, okay? Then I just start working up this side. I turned crew supply off, control on, did the CVR check, checking for faults. As you can see, as I told you, there was one that would clear with the ADIRs. It's already cleared. Airbus works upwards where Boeing goes downward. So upward, we turned on the nav lights. We'll go to 2. Working our way over. Seatbelt signs on. Emergency light armed. Checked our lights. I just moved one way up. They all turn on. Landing altitude is auto. Probe heat's off, bleeds off, everything else set. Fuel pumps are off. Did my fire warning checks. Came up this side. Turned our cargo vents on and centered it. All right, and that's where we are right now. So then, what you got to do before you can actually fuel it, load it with people, load it with cargo, is physically request fuel truck. It'll say request. Then it'll put it over here. Packs, set it up how you want. Do you want staircase or gate? And then call it. So it says remove. That'll open the door. Cargo, same thing, request. And your loaders will show up. Let me show you what it looks like real quick outside. See the jet fuel truck is the fuel truck. The loaders come in with a couple of little baggage trucks behind them, and the main door is open. Okay, I'm going to do one other thing here real quick. I hope it works. I thought it would save, but I didn't think it did. I like to synchronize my baro. We're not running with sharks and weight in pounds. Sorry, folks, I'm in the U.S. Guess I could go here to click apply. No, anywhere where I can click save. All right, so I may have to come back here every time and do this. That is kind of annoying, Flight Factor, if you happen to be listening. You also do have a pause at top of descent. Feel free if you want it, use it. I don't. Also up here are your different cabin settings. You've got your audio, lights, slides, temperature, and waist. This is actually the flight attendants panel. FAP, flight attendant, not pilots, but we are so talented, I don't know why the airlines don't look for us, that we can not only fly the aircraft, we can handle the flight attendant part of it too, all in one person. I mean, the money, I'm not even going to go down there. Don't want the unions to get all over me on that. So we'll stay clear of it. I can already hear one breathing down my neck already. So, but anyway, folks, there you have it. And if you've ever ridden an Airbus, this panel you could see if you actually looked and noticed it. All right, so let's get back to service where we were. All right, so we saw on the Sim Toolkit fuel load for today. I'm just getting this out of the way so I can use it better. Was 18,641 pounds. So we're not going to try to figure all of this out. So what we do is just go right here, folks. Delete 641. Enter. And then I click. Okay, you lost a pound. Okay. It'll do that sometimes. Okay, then we're going to go to the packs, just as long as we don't lose a person. That could be a bad thing. Just saying. Enter. And set. Make sure you hit set each time. Cargo. Now I am just going to zero this out for now and set it. Go to perf data. What I like to do is compare. We are going out of here with 119. Hang on, I'm getting my calculator going because it's already different. My calculator that Apple provided me. Let's see here. We want 119. Oh, no, we don't want. Yeah, we do 119, 748, 748. We want to subtract the zero fuel weight showing here. 108, 741 equals 11,000 pounds of cargo. That tells me a couple of little issues have occurred. Yep, I see where part of it is. Yep. Whoa. Okay, so what we're going to need to load is 11,007 pounds of cargo. Let's see how it'll break it down. It actually split it up. That's not bad. Although, I'd like it to split it up more. So let me put 3,500 here. Drop that to 3,500. That's still off by 500 pounds. We'll put it right here. 11,010 set. Go to perf data. Now we're at 19,751, folks. That's 3 pounds off. Oh, I don't know if the engines can take that. Airbus, Boeing, are we legal? Sorry, folks, having fun with it. Yeah, we're 3 pounds over. I think we could take, and we're not over gross. We're just over our zero fuel weight was projected. Fuel shows up here, 18,642. So that means we're leaving with 138,393, which actually is about 600 pounds more than what SimBrief planned. Got some updates to do in there, obviously. Now, notice this right here, the trim, down 0.9. From all of this, here's our zero fuel weight CG and our CG. Click Set. What that'll do is when we get to the EFB, it'll set it. We should match it. Then we want to remove, and remove, because I find it sometimes sneaks, and trying to prevent that. Some guys will even close this up. I'm going to be trusting of it, but we'll see. All right, and we are done here. Back to the checklist. Okay, we left off with the APU fire checks, cockpits. So we're going to do a few more, but we're going to first get that APU going, because you know what it's time for? Well, those 101 people have signed their non-disclosure agreements, so it's time for them. They want to get on the plane, so that's fine. Now they can't, you know, say how bad we are, because they said they won't discuss it. Flap open, and just like any other Airbus, folks, just click Start. We can even watch it. I think this one spools a little faster. I don't know if it's true to heart or not, but we'll see. I've never really sat there and went click at the airport and see how long the APU takes. Got a lot of other things to do than to see how long did it take that APU to fire up. And by the way, I'm not an air pilot or ground crew. I'm part of the fire department. Okay, we're available. Oops. All right, and continuing on real quick, cockpit lights. Let's head down real quick, grab the, arm spoilers. Oh wait, we're not arming it now. We're just making sure it's retracted, 0 and 0. And we are, okay. Back up top. Probe heat is showing in auto. APU bleed on. Our 2 faults should go out here shortly. Got 1. Got 2. All right, and I'm going to kick it a little cooler in the cockpit and a little warmer back where Granny sits. Currently, it is 10 degrees Celsius back there, folks. It's in the 50s, but we're warming it, so it shouldn't take long. Heck, they could even delay boarding a few more minutes to make sure. All right, so we're past all that fun part. Heading back up. Cross bleed, which is this lever, is in the auto position. Air conditioning temperatures were set and warming back there. Up, they're letting the people on. The generators are in fault because the big engines aren't turning to turn the generators. Pretty simple, straightforward stuff. And now that we're on the APU, it automatically brings on the APU generator. Turn it off. And I'm going to go ahead and disconnect it. Okay. Ventilation panel, all lights are off. Cargo smoke, everything, ventilation right here, and we are looking good. ADIRS. Let's go to nav. We're looking for on bat. Get on back up. There it is. Okay, number 2. Okay, we'll get a line, and just like before, we're looking for on bat. Reason being, folks, if you lose your big engines in flight generator-wise, which I guess could happen, you would then fire up your APU. If that generator would fail, no, we're not done yet. We still have the RAT that could come out, the air turbine. If none of those will provide electricity, the battery, that's what this test is doing, will tell you where you and at least handle navigation. That's what that test is. Pretty important. All right, we are in a line. Okay, continuing strobe lights. We're going to leave off. We're going to go ahead and put them in on. Let's do is the checklist. Nav lights are on 2. All this is saying, folks, real simple. Some people ask, why is there a 1 and a 2? There are actually 2 separate bulbs in each wing. 1 and 2. If you have it set to 1 and one of the lights aren't working, or both, and you flip it to the number 2 and both light up, guess what? The airplane flies. If not, the airplane don't fly. But if you can do that, that's how it works. So, and if it, like I said, if it doesn't, the mechanic has to go out there and make it work. Or we switch planes, which hopefully for that they don't have to switch. All right, so continuing on, seatbelts. Go ahead and turn that on now. No smoking was already on because of fueling. Emergency lights, again, double check armed. Lights are set, and I like to turn the dome light off by day, dim by night, if I run with it. Okay, landing elevations right here. Make sure the little notch there is pointing 12 o'clock, which is auto. pack flow. We got a light load, so we're going to keep it. Folks, the plane could hold 180 people. We got 100. That's why I call it light. To you all, you're like, oh, it's heaven back here. Because I'm not swarmed by people. And the fuel pumps. Hey, we're going to put some fuel into the engines here shortly. All right, and we've done our engine fire checks, radios. We're about to check those. Third one's working up top. Let's see. We always have an issue here. And we are still having this. Such a problem with this plane. Don't get it. Wait, we got it to finally work. There we go. Just aligned. I don't get the radio situation on this plane. You cannot just blast in, set them, and go. It just wants to buck you every step of the way. And I don't get it. It's been that way since X-Plane 12. I haven't even flown in I haven't flown X-Plane 11 in a long time. What we're setting over here is the guard frequency or the emergency channel where you would see it's not even working over here. Now the good thing is we don't need that side. Let's see if that will do it. That did it. Go figure. Alright, but again folks, this is one problem I have run into pretty much on the get-go of X-Plane 12. Do I need this radio? No. Technically, no. Alright. Everything's set there. Let's get the transponder while we're here. And it's working. Alright, stand by all. Okay. Okay, so we are to a point now that we got our radios and transponders all working that we can now focus on getting the McDo all programmed and ready to go. Alright, we just, by the way, folks, in the last 2 days, updated the update from the nav graph has come out for the AirNac. So make sure you get it. It's as of 28 December to 25 January. So if you are that person that likes to fly as real as possible, you're looking into Virtual American, so that tells me you want to fly as real as you can. Well, you better update your FMC or you're not flying as real as you can. Alright, so here's the Int'l page. Check your engines. This is correct for this plane. Correct dates. And everything else looks good. Now we go to the F plan page. Wait. Yeah, F. Int'l. I'm sorry, Int'l. Got you all lost. I know. Go from the opening page, which is actually found at data aircraft status. There's the Airline. What is it? I thought it was. Alright. Then we go to Int'l right next door. This is one of the new features. Click on it. It's going to reach out to SimBrief, find your flight plan, load it in. see how it does with performance like Taurus does. May not, but there is supposed to be a takeoff calculator here. Hallelujah. Be able to figure out our speeds without having to utilize perf calculator out there on the internet or Top Cap. If I have the A320 loaded. All right, so here we go. O'Hare to Fort Myers, alternate Miami. Flight number. Now, since we're still 1 minute away, we may or may not get this in. I know, but we'll try. We'll give it our best, because if it aligns beforehand, it'll align on the roof. Bear with me. 8 seconds. There we go. All right, I'm going to bring in another program and we're going to just show you what I would do if it does align on this. Okay, it's called charts. Let me blow that up. What I have it set at is where I like it when we're on approach. Here on the ground, it can be like this. Okay. So we are at gate H. Find H concourse 11. 10 through 17. So these are the coordinates they say to use. 58.4. So we'll just do as it says, up and down key. Okay. Click here first, then we need 87, 54, 0. So 58.4, 54.0, perfect. Align on ref, confirm. And we should be aligning here. Let's turn. See if the wind stuff works. Oh, it does. Let's go to the next phase, and it did there. Just making sure nothing needs to my attention. Okay, they're still in alignment. Okay, they'll align here in a minute. You'll know it. These will firm up better. Okay, while we have the charts up, we are going to go to the F plan page and begin putting our flight. There we go. See how it just did it? Clear and hang on. Okay, click KORD, departure. Now, before we get going too far into this, you click flights. A neat feature with charts, folks, it just came out with this new version 8. It has weather built into it. You can go with overlays up here or METAR ATIS. So this would be a D-ATIS airport. So it's definitely going to have an ATIS available. But here's the METAR, and it tells you how long. 22019, 10 miles, overcast 1000. It's lifting, folks. And there you have it. Now, let's go to the ATIS page. Departure. Okay, departure runways are 22 left, 28 right. However, 28 right has an exception to what we'll show you. Alright, so here's the ATIS. As you can read, it's Mike. Not necessarily what VATSIM will say. That would be this one. Okay. So, this is telling you everything, arrivals and departures. Let's just go back to the real. Alright, so, arrivals expect 27 right approach, ILS 287 approach. I'm sorry, ILS for both of those runways. Departures, 22 left, 22 right from November 5 taxiway intersection, which is 9,750 feet. That's telling the pilot, okay, well, let's show what it's telling the pilot. 28 center is right here. Oh, wait a minute. Departure runway 22. Right, up here. My bad. I got on the wrong one. Okay, however, departures, folks, they're calling them from here. Reason being, so they don't have to do this long taxi down to here, bogging up the line of traffic going from 22 left. So they shoot them off at November 5. 9,700 feet. This is a 13,000 foot. Now, hold on, folks. Before you go, what if I need 13,000 feet? I'm new to this. Well, tell them you need it. They'll give you full length. But the majority of the aircraft will take off from there, and you're expected to set your McDo, your FMC accordingly. Okay, that's all that's saying. I wanted to point that out because we're still using 22 left. So, just to let you know. Alright, so first thing it brought up is our runway selection. 22 left is what we're looking for. There it is. 2,461 meters, which translates out to 8,075 feet. Oh, no. We do not have a... Well, let's double check. No SID available. Insert. Now, this discontinuity will not be able to remove. I'll say that and watch it go. Okay, I lied. It went away. In Tollus, it more likely would. Sometimes these discontinuities, especially with the word manual, are like to you Boeing heads, vectors. Airbus language for vectors. Just to kind of help correlate your mind on things. And when we do look at this, most of the time they're going to shoot them off runway heading to a specified altitude, and then, you know, and then turn. Because they got to get, you got Midway just south of them, Milwaukee just north of them, DuPage just west of them. Folks, there's a bunch of airports, heavy congestion here, mainly from there. So they kind of separate traffic that way. All right, so we got that in here. I'm going to go ahead and just work my way down. Everything's looking good. To our next discontinuity, which just happens to be Fort Myers. All right, and for Fort Myers, currently, and you all are going to go, "Ooh, you're playing with fire here." Oh yeah, I am. I could pull the TAF up, but I'm not. It is right now, real world ATIS is saying 250 at 710 miles. Blue cloud 6,018 degrees Celsius, and visual approaches to 24 in use. And then they go through the rest of it. The one thing I didn't look at O'Hare, we'll double check before we get the door closed if they have any FICON information. FICON is your runway contamination, basically. 555, we're dry. We're not necessarily dry, but we're not wet, or we're not covered in snow. When you start lowering those numbers to 0, then we start getting concerned. Because then it's getting slippery. Alright, so we're using runway 24. I'll just go with, that's all I need for now. We'll go back to flights, click the charts, see what we have for runway 24. Just an RNAV, he says cautiously. Hang on. Let's do it this way. Alright, so we have an RNAV. Corfu. Now, let me see if that's doable. Corfu is... Okay, there's for runway 6. Oh, we do have a VOR DME. Let's let me look at that again. Okay, so there's Corfu. Way back. What's the other one? LPV, VOR, and FAS. Let's go with final. All right. Let me show you what that did. First off, it put it up down below. That I don't think you can see. But we just continue from Cooper, make the turn for Riddle, Waddle, whatever, Rod, I don't know how you pronounce this, into Omki. Ooh, Florida, you really have some messed up ideas for names. Anyway. And then you got the whole, so you can see it puts it on here. So we're going to do the RNAV. So let's click arrivals. Click the up key. We're going to do the RNAV. Now we're coming in on the tiny from PLYER. You can see if you're going to Page, which I don't know where that airport is. There's at tiny, you change. Otherwise, we fly it to Cooper. So tiny 2. Now pay attention, because here's where it gets confusing. No via. Yes, it's allowed because it's. Okay, we'll do Corfu then. Transitions earlier. Okay, so as you read across, we're going to go RNAV, Corfu, tiny. Okay, so we're going to start at PLYER, go to tiny 2 on the star, via the Corfu, which we're going to change here in a minute. We're going to do the RNAV. Okay, pretty simple there. Insert. Game. I forgot that's not how you do this. There I go, playing like I'm in a Boeing. There we go. Okay, wait. Back. Clear. Insert. Now let's just kind of E-game auger. Doesn't really have any of the, we'll double check en route. Do this, folks, really, because I have run in where these stars are not fully loaded. Joseph, Jevs, to tiny. And then we'll double check around Atlanta to make sure the altitudes are right. Okay, to go. See, now we're starting to get into some pastoral. Okay, things are there right. Elmer, Spink, Cooper, Manual. And here's where I am going to kind of change it. Get Corfu, NABAC works for me. That's because of this. So what we'll do, clear. Clearing the vector, because basically we would have to turn back to Corfu to come in. And insert. And there we have it, folks. Now, if we continue on, there's our missed approach. And there's if we have to go to Miami. Okay. That takes care of the part of one of the toughest parts of the entire getting the plane pre-flighted up, getting that flight plan correct in there. Here it's now a couple of easy steps. Next one is the RADNAV page right next to it. ILS is set. Which runway? Or 22. So in case we have to come back, it's already preloaded. Now we go back to the init page, but we're going to the second page. Now, if you typed or clicked, here, let me get over there. If you, in the perf data, clicked set, you should be able to just go here. The bad thing, yes, you guessed it, it's in kilos. That's why I always like to leave this plane. I'm just now remembering these things. I like to leave this one specifically in kilos. All right, we'll do the quick conversion. I'm going to just pull it, folks. What I do is pull it up quickly on the internet. Just do pound L, or I'm sorry, kg to lbs. Put in 54.9. I don't think that's right. All right, so what I do is go back to service, make sure everything is still correct. 18641. Right. Cargo 12,000. That is definitely not what I put in. You all can now see that. That's what I talked about. Let's try. So call them. Again, you got to call them out. Put 35 in here. You know what? I'm going to have to set it again. What was it? Oh my gosh, I can't remember. Oh, I hate this. Hang on. Started at 55. 55557. Oh, actually, I know what I did. I set it to 0. Sorry, folks. This is one of those very annoying things to me. 11,000, I think it was 11,007. I'm gonna double check, because it was really outrageous how bad it was off. Check my packs. Cargo. Yeah, that's what it's called. Zero fuel weight. 119748 minus 108741. Oh, that's wrong. Clear. Minus 10874. That was right. 1107. Set, and then I've got to split it up. I did know that. 35, 35. Still off. Let's see, there we go. 119, short 4 pounds, set. You just go to my conversion real quick. 54, 300, 119, that's it. All right, so that's correct. That matches this. Block fuel is going to be close. 18642. Oh wait, correction. 8,500. That's right on the numbers. Good deal. All right, so yeah, that's the bad thing, folks. So everything came in good. 0 fuel weight CG. That's this block here. So good. All right. Oh. Now we can get rid of these guys, close the main door. And hope it doesn't change on us again. All right, finally, with that page set, we now go to the perf page. So, perf calc. 2461. Let's just check it here real quick. I think, yeah, we can check it. You're covering everything. All right, let's do a quick check. You all can see the airport. I'm going to read off the numbers, then let you see them. Okay, so to left is a length of 2461 meters. The heading 225. I'm going to probably take it at face value for the slope. That's 0.87. What's elevation? 654. 680 actually. All right, conditions. Okay, now you can see this. Currently, 6 minutes ago, it's 210. There's our winds. Actually, they're a little off. Okay, so we are currently 2 degrees. QNH of 1009, which translates here, folks. Actually, we're 1008. Okay, we'll give it runway. Oh, this is what I wanted to look at. Hang on. Okay, real. Okay. Since I am not seeing any mention of how the runway is, I'm going to assume it dry. Wind. 6 minutes ago, 210 at 10. Takeoff weight. Okay. Let's try flex. We'll have anti-ice on the engines, air conditioning running. So here, now the bad thing is, TOLUS will tell you the runway length. This one does not. I am actually going to try it at Toga. Okay. And it flaps 2. Let's go flaps 1, Toga. Alright, so the only thing it's not showing us, folks, and you'll see here in a second, we're going to go now to the perf page. First off, let me put that back so you get a real quick glimpse again. 2461 meters, 225, and you saw the weather. Okay, let me pull charts away so you can see this calculator. Okay, so there's your length, heading, slope, we'll take it. It's actually pretty close. Actually, yes, yeah, that's actually it. 680, it's 2 degrees, 1009, dry, there's your winds. Takeoff weight, we're close. Tote, we're gonna go 1. You select this, where you can do some things with TOLUS. Good or bad, you know, but the big thing TOLUS tells you is length of runway. Okay. Toga, engine, ice on. There's our results from this, folks. Now, we tried it flex. We tried it flaps 2. We're going to go in this configuration right here. All right, now, told us, guys, I can already hear, well, where's takeoff? Yeah, I know. You could have also gotten to it here, but they don't have it modeled, so I'm not going to even attempt to show it to you. So we can actually go in. Neat if we could do that, but we can't. 141. $146, $151. All right, that fills in the basics. Just checking a site real quick, folks. I don't even know if he's done it. Oh my gosh, he did. So we can. $16.80, 16. We'll leave them. Engine out. 22 left. We'll leave it all. They're good. What I'm working. Black Box 711 has a great site. Yeah, I could update them, but folks were really not getting any benefit from the update, so I'm just going to leave them in the default. So, Black Box 711, for those not familiar, he's a streamer on Twitch. I'm pretty sure. Well, yeah, he's Twitch. So, had to think, because I've got some real Airbus drivers on YouTube I follow, as well as one who just got upgraded, folks. Congratulations again to him. I believe 787, possibly A350, but anyway, he just got upgraded from, as I call them, the baby buses to the long range stuff. Congrats, sir. Congrats. All right, and then finally, we have to fix. This is where you, if you were going to take 28 left or 28 right, I'm sorry, you put in the shift in meters. Ugh. You guys, that's a piece of cake. Come back here, look, down 0.9. So we're going flaps 1 slash THS is this trim, horizontal stabilizer. Wish I remembered what the T stood for. So down, just do it just like you say. You see the DN 0.9. And it would help if that loose nut behind the stick click the right stuff. 0.9. Flex temperature. We should not have. We are Toga, so we leave it blank. If we did select flex here and we got that information, it would tell us the temperature that we put in. Folks, that is the McDo. It is planned. You could and recommended put secondary flight plans in, but as you can see, it takes quite a while to get to this point, cold and dark. All right, so that's why I don't. All right. Believe it or not, folks, we are just about ready to blast off out of here. I am going to first start up my 8 cars program, because last time I did it when we were taxiing, and I got a little gig from it, but rightly so. I am remembering it this time. Okay. And the meteorological definition of today's weather, icky. All right, let's finish up the checklist and get ready to get below this popsicle stand. Okay, altimeters. This thing really comes in handy, doesn't it, folks? 2979. That is off the charts program again. Really comes in handy a lot. All right, let's go into the middle here and try to make this easy. Okay, we're going to turn LS on. Constraints, VOR, we're in arc, 20, yeah, I think 20 is good. Speed is managed, heading, managed, altitude. 38. Yeah, I know you guys will. Wait a minute, they're not going to let you go direct. Well, we don't know yet. Let's see if they're even online. We've been sitting here for enough time, they may not be. Ah, the tower is. Alright, well, we'll just kind of blow the popsicle stand and then turn it on in. Alright, so altitude set, anti-skid, noticeable steering on. Switching panel, all of these should be facing straight up, 12 o'clock location, that is on. We're in the proper setting. And we are ready to go, folks. All I'm going to do is set this to F-plan over here. And we're going to call better pushback.
Ground to cockpit. Please show me where you want to go. Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay, and with those words, beacon on, jetway away. Okay. And then we're going to get the chocks here as soon as she comes out the building. There she is. Service, supply, jobs.
Okay, all doors and hatches are closed. Ready to connect.
Cleared to connect. Okay, we are ready to go, folks. Okay. Just doing some behind the scenes work here, folks.
Tow connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
Once again, leads on, seatbelts on. Again. Okay, ready to go. Thinking about it. Okay, marking brake.
Starting pushback. And you may start engines.
Alright, starting a bus in normal conditions, piece of cake, folks. Flip the switch to ignition start. And then I wait till we get out of the gate area? Just start them up. Let's go. Number 2. Go, spooling up. Now, once we get the word avail in the ECAM, ACAM, however they say it here, then we can start the other engine. Okay, go ahead and get it turning.
Operation complete. Go ahead and set the parking brake.
Parking brake set.
Disconnecting tow. Stand by.
Okay, available. Start my timer. Give it 3 minutes to warm up. And then start in on it down here. She's ready to disconnect. Go ahead. Okay, bleed off. Alright, ground spoilers. Now we are.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right. We'll see you next time and have a safe flight.
Thanks for flying with Mike. Alright, so now we come to pitch trim. Okay, now I do this maybe different than the real guys, but you know, that is what we're about here in the flight sim. Alright, remember what it said here. Down 0.9. So we want our pitch trim to say that. There we go. Okay, now at the same time, I'm gonna, okay, now this occurs a little later in the before takeoff checks. I check my surfaces right now. Finally, the elevator. And then I just kind of work them around, make sure everything is free. Folks, believe it or not, there's a lot of pilots that skip over this one. A couple of corporate planes have crashed because of that. Getting in a hurry. And I'm just as guilty of it. Arm your slides, which they already are, and folks, taxi procedure. Turn this to lapse time. We got 15 seconds to go. Brakes we checked, flight control seat we checked, and now we start with our little takeoff guide here. Brakes there. Turn brake fan on. Cabin check. Okay, told us it's real easy. We just ping them up here. This plane, it's actually pretty easy. Cabin status. That should have been cabin ready. And then we're off to the races, folks. Brakes off. And do our quick exam of the aircraft. Take off config. And we are normal. We passed. Couple of reasons why I don't come on at O'Hare. There are some VATSIM issues I've had in the past I don't want to deal with here. Yes, that is a true statement. However, the other one is my frame rates at these big airports, especially when the weather is socked in, sometimes prevent me from being able to get on. So, stay off until we get airborne away. Do you think I'm going to talk about it? No, what's happened here in O'Hare. Because I'm pretty sure most of you all have experienced it too, and I just get tired of it. The long delays to get out. And it's even the real guys, it's one thing. But the thing with the real guys, folks, there are more controllers up in that tower than what they do here. They can't handle the volume. And sitting 45 minutes on the tarmac is unacceptable. Why? Because there's just a center and he can't control it all. That's one of the few things about VATSIM Europe I like. Those FSSs, when they set them up, that's where centers should be, 24,000 and above. Below that, you're on your own. So, if you don't like the negativity, folks, that is going to be all I tell you about why O'Hare and several other US ARTCs I flat out don't fly. But a lot of the time now, I can actually blame it on frame rates. So, because you got to have at least 20 frames per second. You can't keep it, it will eventually tell you offline. So, alright, let's get up here, let's get some anti-ice on. Because unfortunately in this plane, folks, unlike TOLUS, unlike Z-Boat, you cannot de-ice. So, be ready for it. Otherwise, unless you really like crashing, and you know what, a lot of people that like the flights. Have our level of realism. By the way, one of the big problems in the real world here, not the VATSIM, is the fact they don't have de-icing down. As you saw, it can take a little bit getting down. The time starts with the de-ice fluid when they start putting it. Not when they're done. And the sad thing is, very slow. 30 minutes. that air pass. And they got to come back and do it again. And late 70s, very early 80 time frame was a very bad crash out of Reagan National. It's ironic in some ways when you say the airline, but then it's what brought all of these de-icing rules to bear. Air Florida was flying with its Bermudas on. I'm not trying to make fun of the dead, folks. But it was Air Florida. And they took off. I forget how much minutes over the 30 minutes. By the time they got out of the gate, got down to the runway, tried to get into the air, they were already icing up. And they crashed into the tunnel. Oddly enough, if memory serves, the folks that are from Washington that know this crash, I believe he crashed in between bridges, into the freezing waters, helicopter rescues, the whole 9 yards. What a, oh my God, disaster that it was. And it ushered in a very strict look at how you de-ice. How long O'Hare is bad because they de-ice in the gates by the time you're right at your 30 minutes, folks. So, all right, we're ready for takeoff. Icers are on. Here we go. Lights off. Let's get our lights on. Let's go, Toga. All good. There's 80 knots, cross-checking speedometers, all look good. Setting takeoff climb. Positive rate gears coming up. There's 400 feet, autopilot's on. Set. Punch through those clouds pretty quick. And now I'll go ahead and turn you off. Flaps on. Alright folks, and again, took us quite a bit to get off the ground. Got about 2 hours to go in flight. So I hope you enjoy. Want to check one thing with these fellas over in Virtual American. And I am on the map. That's always a good thing. Flaps are up, spoilers can be disabled. Yep, tower went down again. Alright, we are climbing Just getting up on VATSIM here real quick. Right information in here. Oh. Interesting. I've only run into this a few times. Curiosities. All right. Call signs in use already. Isn't that an interesting thing? Let's see. Let's try it. Huh. There is somebody flying my flight already. Huh. Just looked them up. Okay. Well, that doesn't happen often. Well, if we don't get on VATSIM, it is no problemo with me. In fact, oh yeah, he'll be done here in a second. Okay, no big deal. Alright, so we're on our way, folks. I hope you've enjoyed. We are just going to let you hear and listen to the aircraft. We're crossing 16,000, and I am going to be safe here before doing this. Now I'll bring the sound up. That's good. Ha! I'm not even in the cockpit and it's showing me. Like I said, folks, the term today is either icky or blicky. You get to call it. And standard. There we go. Off we go, folks. Hope you enjoy the ride. And just so you know, there's right now 2 hours. Actually, I'm going to just make it simple. There you go. You can see how it's doing. 2 hours, 27 minutes from this point. We could pick up 20 minutes between now and our top of the climb, which which is not far away. Now, mentioned in the beginning of the stream, received a question about this plane. First thing I'm going to show. Okay. Terrain is these buttons right here. Radar. The potential wind shear button does not work. Neither do the multi-scan or GCS work to go to auto. Now, if you get TOLUS, they do. Now, here's the kicker. I don't know of any precipitation in and around us right now. Looking at, and I'll pull it up real quick and then I'll go quiet for you here. Let me get through this question. Here's Sim Toolkit, folks. Okay. Precipitation is way over here and way over here currently. All right. If we pan out, I don't think we even have any into Florida. We got a band, but I don't know if that's radar return or if that's a front. So we may see something down in Florida. Okay, let me zoom back in here a little further. All right, where are these guys going? Oh, they're all headed back to Louisville. All right, so let me get rid of this. So currently, there's no weather. Here, I don't even know if it'll show up on the map. Now, if you click the M key, Mike, M as in Mike, it's going to bring up your map. If there was, and make sure you have it on NEXRAD. Okay. You can also show your winds if you want. But if you had any weather, you'd see some green blips up here. Some very faint, some very distinctive. And I told the individual, we talked a little bit about that. If you see them within, say, this part of your airplane, it should show up on your map, on your nav display. There is no other switch to click. Not like the Boeings where you have weather radar on one side of all of the different, you know, airport VOR intersections. What am I missing? Data, and then terrain. So it's a little different. And that I'm still, and after 3 years of flying them pretty extensive, I'm still uncomfortable, even with TOLUS, even with this and the default birds not having that. And I'm pretty sure if I go on the real ones, it work. Button's not there. So it's kind of, you know, I like the ability that they can turn it on, turn it off. I mean, there's times you don't want that displaying on your nav display. Albeit there's probably not very many times, but still. But anyway, you can't. So, but again, it would show up as green on here. Now I am gonna reach out and hope to find, well, there was a crash many years ago, I think, and I guess I better look it up. Mayday. Crash in Georgia. I think this is it right here. Southern Airways, yeah. A Southern Airways DC-9 back in 1977, okay, crashed. A whole bunch of things happened, but one thing that came out was one, the company dispatching system didn't provide up-to-date severe weather information. to them pertaining to their route, what was ahead, and relying on the airborne radar, which at the time was not easy to figure out severity of storms. It's what you would see in X-plane with the greens. The darker the greens, which as you can tell is going to blend in here, the more severe potential for hail and stuff like that, or worse up north, in the wintertime. Where today a lot of radar systems have the oranges, reds, to stand out, so you know where. Now there has been, someone told me once, there's been a turn to go back to the greens. I hope not, because even though I am not actively flying anymore, I do have a private pilot's license, but I am not active in it, folks. Haven't been since not long after this crash, 1986 or 85 actually. I just can't afford it. That's why. It just boggles my mind why we're reverting back to something that is so hard to tell. So, but anyway, I am not the FAA. Like I said, I am not an actively flying, actively using my private pilot ticket. I just happen to have one. I did have close to 300 hours on it way back when. Today can only prove, if I'm lucky, 100 hours. So, still, that's quite a bit. I get it. I can hear someone, oh my God, I wish I had that much. Yeah, it was fun. I will tell you that much. It was fun. So, that is how I kind of took a long answer and really made it long to this gentleman or lady. And hopefully you had talked about Active Sky X or X Sky, the Active Sky program for X-plane. I loved that program when I had a century of flight. Yes, way back. I've already dated myself, folks. I had a private pilot's license in 1985, so I'm not worried about it. But I really like that program. But the way the verbiage reads when I go to it, it makes me hesitant whether to get it for X-plane. Now, I know of another program. I need to talk to a couple actively using pilots of that with the sim to get their feedback on it. One of them's an actual, I think he's commercial instrument, possibly airline, ATP. I don't know the latter on that, but yeah, he may be able to help me in that. But Active Sky, I really loved it for the hurricane hunting that I did back then. And when you flew and had thunderstorms, folks, oh my goodness, you better have a decent system, because they went from where they told you where they were at to where charts and stuff that I ended up from the airport finding out how to find out tops and all severities. And I mean, it was amazing how accurate it was. And you could almost look at Active Sky, look out here in St. Louis, I could look at Active Sky and literally that's what the weather was outside. It was that close. It was spooky. So I'm glad to hear you have Active Sky. That should help. How it integrates into these softwares like Flight Factor and Zebo and Tolus, that I don't know. I know it has a radar built into it that you could probably fit over, but that's not the same. I get it. So, but anyway, that was the question asked from a flight. That was something I was trying to determine this morning. Let me see if I can find his question, because I was curious the flight that spawned it. All right, let's see. And I hope, Ivan Delta Papa, I hope that answered your question. Oh, it was my last A320. And folks, this flight, by the way, I have not flown this airplane. Probably. Oh, you know what? Let's find out. Well, saying 2 months ago. So it was after, so probably in November, early November, late October, because 1.72. Folks, that's about how long it's been since I've actually physically used this plane. There are some quirks with it that you start flying TOLUS and you come back to this bird going, why can't they at least clean up this? Make it more easy to read. Now, granted, okay, sorry, the reason I'm laughing, it just dawned on me. There are some errors on the TOLUS overhead panel. Discharge is misspelled and something else. I think it was up on the FADEX. But anyway, so, okay, I mean, it may look tough to read and all of that, but I think I haven't run across misspellings, which, hey, I'm the worst at it, folks, so I don't want to go down that road because you all will critique the you-know-what out of me. So, but anyway, there's the answer for sir in the short, down and dirty style. Let's see if he's still there. I think he is. Give it a few more minutes, and I'll give us time to get out of the Chicago area. But anyway, so hopefully that was interesting to you. I really don't have a recommendation on weather programs. You all have a recommendation. I would sure love to see it in the comments and check it out, because I am looking to enhance my streaming either with hardware directly for the stream or via aircraft sceneries or utility programs. And a weather program, right now there's some things with X-Plane weather that kind of get under my skin a little bit, but you know, it's free, relatively compared to the other type of sim out there, free. But you gotta pay a lot to get into that one. So I'm trying to do it to where I'm a good steward of my subscribers from Twitch, who have graciously come along and help the stream along. So, and folks, if you are interested in donating, because right now we are not monetized here on YouTube, you're more than welcome to. I'll provide a link to the donations. I think it may already be there, but if it's not, I'll make sure, to how you can donate and stuff. Or come on over. We're live on Twitch, Flying with Mike, and be a part of the online live flying. I know for the U.S. pilots it's kind of hard because we fly kind of in the work day anywhere from 10 o'clock to 4 o'clock, but to you guys in Europe and the rest of the world, they're like, oh, that's just outstanding times for us. But YouTube opens it up to any time when I make a video like this. And this is just YouTube getting this right now. I will let my Twitch users know of it when I fly my next flight next year. And it's always fun and tongue-in-cheek when you're on the 29th to say next year, because it's only 2 days away. So, but we will be back live next year. Maybe not the first. Who knows? Maybe. We'll kind of see. I've got to see how my day goes at work tomorrow. It's a 24-hour shift, so that's why I have to preface it that way for my Twitch users. But then I get 2 days off for every day I work. But with the way the busyness right now in the air travel industry for the next week will be, could have, and it's that season, folks. I try not to use the word too much, but that doesn't help. So actually, praise God, it has been fairly good so far here in St. Louis. Could be a heck of a lot worse like last year. So last year was a bear. Well, right now I think we were coming out of it. Boy, it was Christmas and before, a bear temperature-wise. And I think that precip that goes with bearish temperatures. So, all right, folks, we're gonna, like I promised, we're gonna stay quiet now, let you kind of enjoy the sounds of the Airbus here. Put a little music in the background to kind of help it along. Folks, we have 1 hour, 50 minutes to go. I don't think that took 20 minutes to say, but it could have. But we'll be down there faster than you know. So enjoy the ride. I do not edit these for those of you new to my channel. They are start to finish. So you took an hour and 10 minutes, or you watched an hour and 10 minutes to get the plane ready. Because of my talking, it took a little longer. But if usually I can get them out within about 50 minutes, which is how long they get on the ground to start with. If you don't believe me, get CYBIL. It is an amazing aircraft here in X-Plane, folks. It's a modification of the 737-800 that comes with X-Plane. It will blow your socks off how real this plane is in X-Plane. Now, it will not blow your socks off out of your wallet or back pocket. It's free. I know those of you that might be tuning in from that other sim. Did you say free? Yeah. And I'm gonna go on the limb and say it's better than PMDG. I'm sure you guys could come back, but PMDG could do this and this and this. CYBIL could do this, this, and this, and that. It's quite amazing that that organization has kept it flight simmer affordable. Is that the right word I want to use? Or in the fact that it's free. God bless them. I hope when they came out with the changes in this latest updates, oh my God, started back in December, I think it was. Oh my gosh. Just took it the next step up, and amazing. So, check it out, folks, if you're new to X-Plane. Most people can fly the 737 almost right out of the box. It's pretty simple, straightforward aircraft. Not as simple, obviously, as a Cessna 172 or a Piper Warrior, like I used to fly, Arrows. But for an airliner, oh my gosh, it's a piece of cake. Just a couple little things you got to make sure you do, but beyond that, boy, folks, it's just so super simple to fly, just like this Airbus. So, anyway, promised it and keep reneging on it. So let me set the volume level here first and let the music roll. Enjoy the flight, folks. We'll be back with you in about 45-ish minutes as we're getting close to Atlanta, and let you all get you into an arrival brief. We'll make sure everything's set up right and all. For now, my passengers, I've been told, are crimping their legs because they have to use the restroom so bad. Let me turn the seatbelt sign off. But please make sure while you're seated you keep your seatbelts fastened, because you never know when we'll hit some turbulence. See you at 40.
Ladies and gentlemen, in a few moments, the flight attendants will be passing cold drinks and a light meal. Please prepare your folding tables. Make sure your seats are in an upright position.
All right, folks. I've come back. We are approximately 1 hour from Fort Myers. We're crossing a bit east of, but pretty much along a line from Atlanta, Hartsfield International Airport. So I thought it would be a good time. Let's get into that arrival brief as we've got time. Sorry about that. Needed a drink real quick. All right. So what I'm going to do here, folks, I am going to get charts up here. Well, first, let's start with Sim Toolkit. Give you an idea, ballpark, where we are, where we've been, where we're going. Currently, as you can pretty well map out, I bet you that's Atlanta Hartsfield right there. All of that traffic. We're cutting down in between Birmingham and there. Now, we've come from O'Hare, way up here. We didn't have any ATC. Well, we had Tower when we started moving. They dropped real quick. But anyway, we couldn't come online because someone else was using my call sign, blah, 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 blah. And now online on VATSIM, tracking down here towards Florida. So you can kind of see we're headed down to about here, which you're not going to be able to see because it'll snap back to center. I want it that way, so that's why I don't worry about that. So you can see what we have going on here. I'm going to get in a little tighter so you can kind of see what's ahead of us. We just crossed Layin, headed to Goons, Watt, and then Bullseye. All right. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. Now, I am going to bring in charts. Now, it may be a little difficult to read. I get it. I've got it set up for the approach. Just in case that loose nut behind the flight stick here forgets to pull it down. That way you can still see ahead of us. But we'll do our best here to kind of brief you, let you see what we're doing. And, by the way, if you have charts, feel free to open them. Guess what? You'll be able to follow. Oh, excuse me. Be able to follow along. All right, now we are going to fly the Teeny 2 arrival. Tiny 2, Teeny 2, however you want to say it. But it's a pretty standard approach. We actually flew this a few days ago with the Citation 10 into Marco Island, which is down south of Naples, so you still got a ways to go down I-75. Driving wise, trying to put this in perspective for a lot of US folks, to Naples, and then it's out in that area. There's actually an airport there. I didn't know this, and we flew the Citation 10 in. Same arrival to, I know for sure Tiny, but I can't remember if Plaster was on it or Pastor was on it. No worries, that was then. Today, we're doing this. So, we're going to come in and play. Well, first off, you know what? We ought to read all of this stuff they have over. Or at least you can. I'll give you a few seconds with it. But basically, our ASOS when tower is inoperative. 124.65. We'll try it in range, maybe even on the ground, just to see if it'll tune in, but VATSIM, usually it won't, unless they've actually set up an ATIS. Just the way VATSIM is. Now, if someone told me there is a setting you can click, I haven't found it. I didn't get a chance to ask him, but that you can actually hear these ATISs without the control. True or false? Don't know. But anyway, so our DME IRU approach and GPS are required for this. It's an RNAV approach, folks. So you're not technically flying off VORs, ADFs, and the such. You're flying to particular points in the sky that have been established for this run. RNAV 1, wait a minute, Radars required. RNAVs 1, the level of RNAV 1 is available. I think it goes up to 5. Turbojets and turboprops are allowed on it. FSB transition, not sure where that is. Oh, right up here. That is by ETS only. Bags transition Cooper, non-GPS equipped aircraft. Okay. And you can read the rest. I'm not going through them all. All right. If you lose your radios, let's just kind of zoom in. Going into Fort Myers, track to LENP, intercept the approach. If you're coming to the runway we're planning, track to Cooper, then proceed direct NABAC, turn left to intercept 24. So basically, continue with the RNAV, but lost comms will be light gun intuitives to how to and when to land. I don't even think that's possible in any of the sims. All right, now if you're landing runway 24 from Tiny, we're going to track 149 to Pastor, to Limmer, to Spink, Cooper, and then heading 058 or as directed by ETC, and vectors into final approach after Cooper. All right, a lot of stuff over there. You know, it's a busy approach for several airports, folks. Fort Myers Executive, Fort Myers, and like I said, there is an extension. It could even include Naples and Marco Island airports. Marco Island, though, is not controlled, that I could tell. All right, so we're going to come in at PLYER. Now, why it says not to scale? Because when I put this on the map, you're going to see where PLYER is on the map. Way out of here. Then we're going to go to eGame. And then we're going to go to Auger. Okay? Let me just kind of zoom in so I know you all are seeing this. I want to hold right here. I'm going to go this route. Now you can see why, because what I'm going to do is pull up our FMC, go to, we'll go to F plan. I was going to pull the other one up, but this will work. Okay, so let's just go ahead. All right, Auger. What's missing here? That's right, the altitude restriction. Give yourself a star for those that said the altitude restriction. Yes, we are to expect descent to flight level 270 to cross that here. So, how do we do that? Well, this side, if you click on it, this is for routing, meaning when you're putting it in, you come up to Auger, you would maybe click what your next waypoint is, new destination, enable your alternate, fix information, all of that good fun stuff, and your hold information. All right, so we don't want that. Let's try the right side where we handle speeds and altitudes. Plus you can access wind data, do a wind request, and we just did. Not a bad idea to do that. Now I got to get back down to it. All right, so, however, what I want to put in here is 27. Insert. So now what it's going to do is set my top of descent. Let me see if that's showing. Good. That's why I'm doing this. Okay, we're going to go to F plan. We were at about 300. Now it just dropped to 250. We're not done yet, folks. So we'll keep this one up for now. All right, so let's go on from Auger. We have Frisbee, Joseph, Jives, Tiny. Okay, so let's keep going. Now you could put your nav display in map mode. I'm not going to. Now Tiny has adjusted because of that, but we can take it to 11,000. We do not have a speed restriction, so we can leave that blank. So 11,000. Insert. Okay, so now it's adjusted so that when we're descending, it will descend at the proper speeds to reach that. All right, so continuing from Tiny to Pastor to Limmer. So Tiny, we have a 250s where we slow up here. Pastor, I'm going to go up to Cooper. All right, so there's Limmer, and that has to be 5,000. See how it says expect 5,000. Now, you all know as well as I do, if Miami or Fort Worth or Fort Myers come up, they could screw this whole thing up. Just so you know. Expect it, is what I'm saying. All right, we did the same thing for Cooper, as you saw Limmer, Spink, Cooper, 4,000. So now we have hard altitudes at 4,000, 5,000, 11,000. Again, you can work these, oh, going the wrong way. And then of course our 27. Now the airplane knows this is how we got to descend. So if we do the managed, it should go to that. But we can watch it, increase it, decrease it if need be. So we'll get into that in a minute. All right, so we got to Cooper. Now let's go to the actual approach plate. If you don't mind, I'm going to hide this. Well, actually, you know what? Real quick. The one thing we haven't talked yet is weather. Okay, it's showing VFR. 35 minutes ago, winds 280 at 5, 10 miles, clear, 19 degrees, at an altimeter of 3010. If you are in charts, if you're not METAR savvy and understanding how they're put together and all, guess what they do for you? Isn't that nice? They translate it. To include the scientific data that comes in where remark starts. To include automated station with precipitation disseminator, sea level pressure, hourly, da 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 da. Okay. So that's 35 minutes ago. We'll update in our descent. We will take a look at it. Now we can hide. Actually, I want to do this and then hide it. Oh wait, one more thing I forgot. Let's check the ATIS. Folks, you can do this without charts. Go to datis.cloud or cloud.datis. Anyway, you go there, you can actually, in San Francisco, if the airport says DATIS right here like it does, you can check the ATIS in San Francisco, in Alaska, in Frankfurt. And all of a sudden, you know what you got at that moment, but you've got 8 to 10 hours from some of those locations to get there. So it's kind of a, neat to be able to do that. All right. Now we'll hide it. All right, so we're going to tackle this chart in 3. This is the actual approach, folks. First off, let me... Oh, wrong way. All right, here's where we left off at Cooper. Okay. All right, first off, across the top, here's your ATIS. And again, it says DATIS, so you would be able to go out and check it digitally as many times as you want en route to make sure you can get a feel for what the weather's doing there. Here's your approach channels for runway 24. They should come up on this. Not saying what VATSIM will do. And Miami Center when approach is out of here. So VATSIMers, for the most part, Miami Center is going to handle this airport. Now, tower is 128.75, and it's also when the tower is closed, the common traffic frequency, meaning it's like a unicom, if you will. Basically, you announce your intentions over CTAF if they're closed. If they're open, you're doing it like normal. Tower, American 1049, blah, blah, I would like to land on runway 24. No. It could be as simple as that, folks. But usually we're a little more than that. Okay. Then you have your unicom, actual unicom channel and your ground. Now, let's get to this next line, because this is a lot different than a lot of you look at. Used to ILS frequencies and final approach course. Well, the course is still the same, final approach course. Frequency you can't tune. It's built into the receivers in the plane. Can't tune that, you can only verify. Okay, final approach 238. Kind of swing up, you can get, we'll get just that. Okay, and then you're coming in. Now, a Mach-E, 1,500 feet, which is 1,470 feet. We'll get into that. This is what your altimeter reads. This is what your radar altimeter. This is above sea level, above ground level. Same point in the sky, folks. Just how we're reading it. Are we reading it above the ground or above the ocean? LPV, precision, lateral, not precision. Oh, I can't write. I learned it for the run. Lateral, a localizer performance with vertical guidance. Okay. It is actually has lower minimums than an LNAV VNAV approach, which in my basic private pilot training, that doesn't sound right, but it is. I guess because you're tracking them, I'm assuming that's why. Assuming is never good, folks. If you don't know the phrase, look it up. But anyway, our minimums are 280 feet above sea level. Mean sea level, MSL is the proper term, but I like to say it above sea level. 250 feet above ground level. Why the disparity? Well, the airport and the touchdown zones are 30 feet above sea level. Meaning, take 30 away from above sea level, what do you get? Bingo, there's your field. There's where the disparity is. United States, your transition level's 18,000. You don't have to worry about it. What airport, wherever you're coming from and going to, staying in the North American continent, is 18,000 feet. Get down into Central America, most are 18,000 feet, but I think there's a couple stray dogs down there that are a little different. Same with out in the Caribbean. But for the most part, North America, completely 18,000 feet. So, some instructions here that you have to kind of pay attention. That I don't really know how to explain them, so I do this. Sorry. All right, so like I said, we're going to come off of Cooper Direct NABAC. NABAC is at or above 2,000 feet. Head over to Rody. At or above, actually, I prefer to be at 2,000 feet there. I may adjust our, matter of fact, why don't we? It is already set. Perfect. Whether we hit NABAC at 2,000 feet, I'm not overly concerned. So long as we come across roadie descending to 1,500 feet, we're good. Should be able to see the runway, but we'll see. Okay, coming down 238 to Omoki. Again, 1,500 feet. Now, we should be on a glide path. I don't know if it's going to show up or not, folks. I'll be totally honest with you. It's really a roll of the dice. And at 1.5 DME, we hit the LNAV only missed approach point. Now, these I've gotten actually concerned about too. Now I've flown 2 approaches where these are a bunch of bull, and I don't think I'm understanding it fully, so I'm going to give it my way, but I think it's wrong way. Okay, we're going to probably fly this approach somewhere in the neighborhood of 130 knots, where this line is. In my feeble mind, that sets it up roughly around 705 feet a minute on your descent. Should maintain the 3-degree glide slope. 2 approaches I've done lately, and they have ended up way high, and I have been dead on speeds. So I got to find out what I'm misunderstanding. That's my feeble understanding of it, folks. The biggest one that came into play, there's 2 videos out here on YouTube from me in the last couple of weeks flying into Paro in Bhutan, which is one of the most dangerous approaches out there. Only a couple dozen pilots are rated for it. Otherwise, you got to have a guy in the jump seat walking you through it. So, and I had a couple of A319 pilots tell me, do this, and it should do it. It didn't. And I really want to know where I'm messing up. If you're in the know, love to know. All right, minimums is the last part. Okay, we already talked about it. 280 feet above sea level, 250 feet above ground level. I like using this one, but I find a lot of airlines use this, the MSL. We'll explain it when we get to that point in the McDo. While we're at it, I'm going to pull up the other one, hit perf. We're 156 miles out. At about 80 miles from top of descent, that's when I load in the data that will fill in this. Currently, though, as you can see, we're looking at about a 130, 133 to be exact, approach speed. Now, granted, it's saying ground speed, so that could be up or down from what we put in there at 130. All right, so we have that. We have to have that on the METAR, folks. Or we either switch to a different approach. Oh, wait, there isn't one more able to take us down like ILS or Cat 2, Cat 3 ILS. So we may have to go to our alternate. So that's why this page right here is very important. If that ceiling is lower than 250 feet, we cannot legally shoot this approach. I don't care if you're Cat 3 Charlie certified. It's not allowed. Because first off, it's not an ILS approach. Secondly, we have to have 3/4 of a mile visibility to be able to come in. So if it's below 250, below 3/4 of a mile, folks, we either hold, we don't have a lot of that kind of fuel, or we go to Miami. That's our alternate, we divert. It happens, we see it at our airport a lot. Well, no, not really a lot, but we have seen it. that fog just rolls in, and oh, does it just mess up things. Okay, now remember we talked about LNAV VNAV approach? See how it's higher? It's not, I guess, on that precise localizer. I don't know, because remember it was a um, localizer performance with vertical guidance. Okay, so that's why we can't, that's why the minimums go up. We're now not on something precise, not meaning a precision runway, just not as precise. Now, if we were ILS, these would probably drop to 200.5 minimum. And then you can see with less and less it goes up. Circling to land, we have minima we have to stay at or above, so the ceiling has to be at or above, usually even higher than that. All right, that is the charts. That is the basics for this as we're coming into bullseye right now, folks, as you see on the nav display. So we still have 100 and let me hit perf again. 30 miles to go to top of descent. So we're going to let another song roll on, a couple of songs, and when we're ready for top of descent, or we hit that, I should say, 80 miles from top of descent, we'll get into it. See you then. All right, folks, I'm just going to let the music keep going. Let's get this page set up quickly. I've passed the, we're at 53 miles top of descent. So what I'll do, and I'm going to go ahead now, bring in charts again, but we're going to leave it up here. Okay. Again, I'm going to pull in flights, pull up our METAR. It's now 50 minutes, 59 minutes, almost an hour since it's been updated. Got to go by it. Okay, 2 clicks on the performance page, put in your QNH. If you're gonna use it, as the altimeter reads here, 30.10, then you got to put the dot in. If you're just gonna do 1019, just put 1019. I'm gonna go 30 dot. Make sure the dot is there. Not twice. There we go, 3010. Okay, temperature currently 19. Translates, folks, 66 degrees. Winds 280 at 5. Oh, yeah, now it's an hour old. Yeah, they haven't changed yet, so 280 at 5. Okay, now remember we talked about this. Minimums. That's what you're putting in here. All we have is minimum descent altitude. Now, normally you'll get minimum MDA or DA. So how I determine what I do, simplistically me. Remember, private pilot, not airline transport pilot, Mike. M. I use that for mean sea level. Anything else, I'd put the above ground. So it's 280. And guess what, folks? When you're on this descent, and say your altimeter, okay, which is right here, says 280, your radar altimeter, which is usually right in here, it's going to say 250. It's that same point in the sky. It's just where you're reading from. Are you reading it from the ground? Or are you reading it from sea level? Now, where it gets fun is Bogota. Heck, even Denver. Salt Lake and all that are a couple thousand feet above sea level. You can then see, again, it's the same very point in the sky. Just, are you reading that figure from if you were at sea, versus sea level or versus the ground level? All the same. Trying not to confuse people. Top of descent denoted right there. Upside down hockey stick. That's a foul, if not mistaken. All right, I am going to go back to the map. I'm going to superimpose with a layer. This is our arrival chart. Okay. Frisbee is not at that location. Tiny is close, but not there. There's Auger, there's E-Game, there's Player. So you can see the disparities in this thing, because there's Auger, there's Frisbee, and it's back here, and so forth. Tiny is actually down here. First, you see what I'm saying? So you don't trust it here. Only once you get past Tiny, and even then a little further. But the approach plate we can trust. We'll overlay it too. For now, I'm not, just because it is kind of confusing. Alright, so let's enter with player. Remember, we do have a descent coming. And that descent is auger 27,000 we got to cross. All right. So that top of descent will occur. I'm actually going to dial down now to, well, actually, yeah, we'll stay at 40. So we're within 9 miles. So let's go ahead, set it for 27. And let's go managed. We need a dot, and it will begin our descent. Now, okay, looking at this nav here, currently set to 27, we are going to hit auger on time. Then we'll begin our next descent. That will take us down to tiny at 11,000. We'll just keep it on down. Then we go down to Lumber, Cooper, and eventually hitting 4,000 feet. All right, folks. So we'll let this one play on, and then we're going to begin to work on getting a sterile cockpit here soon, so that we can come in for a good landing. And hopefully y'all will have learned a few things. Hopefully you'll enjoy the flight factor. There are some quirks, folks, I will tell you. I am really on the fence on this plane. I love the A319 and A320 Neo. I'm about close to pulling the trigger on the A321 for TOLUS, as well as the Neo. But this flight factor, the quirks in it are weird. Namely, the setting of the radio. Uh-oh, hang on a second. Lost something. Didn't hear where it hit. I found it. Well, hang on a second. I'll be right back. Okay, folks, sorry about that. I lost the lid to my soda, and I could just see. We'll wait till the end of the stream. Boom. And a catastrophe for computers just happened when I knock it over. So that's why we took it. But anyway, quirks with this are the radio. That radio thing irks me sometimes so badly. I just say I'm not flying it. That, and why in X-Plane 12 they changed the way, and I haven't flown it in X-Plane 11, so I don't even know if they have an update for X-Plane 11. I haven't seen it on their Discord. Why they changed it, I don't know. So hopefully things will return, or at least look better. That end, I mean, I like a lot of the stuff here on the EFB. One thing though I'd love to be able to do is load more than 136, 140 people. I just can't find anything that allows me to go above that. And that's kind of despairing, knowing the airline that services my airport, they routinely fly with 170 plus people on the plane, max 180. So that's kind of, you know, but I'm sure like the X-Plane 11 version, it's a mod out there that, you know, takes care of that. So those are the quirks that I talk about. And but overall, it's a good flying airplane. We're about to see it on approach. I really want to learn what I'm doing wrong and why the LPV approaches. And I'm not just going to pick on flight factor. TOLUS, I couldn't fly it if I tried. I got it to work one time on Zebo and never since. And I've never gotten it to work on my TOLUS Classic 747. So this approach is something I really, really want to learn how to get the gauging to work. Well, the Citation 10 too. So, but again, I don't know what I'm looking for, and two, what I need to do to make what I'm supposed to look for happen. All right, enough of that wishy-washy negativity on this plane. Other than that, folks, I love this plane. It's really fun. I find it easy to fly. And I'll say that, and then you'll see me rocking wings up and down. And usually I can keep it pretty stable. It trims and stays trimmed really well. So I enjoy the heck out of it. Let's head on down to 11,000 now. All right, what did I do to get meters up here? Oh, I know what I did. There we go. So, folks, if you have solutions to those problems I listed off here, please, I put it in the comments. I read them, folks. I get emails that let me know you've put something in here. That flight where we had the discussion about the radar and all, that was back in October, folks. And I got the email, and I respond and interact with you there if need be. Also, down below, you'll see a link to our Discord channel, folks. Feel free to come over and be a part of our Discord channel. We'd love to have you there. Introduce yourself. Be a part of the family. I know at times it looks dead, but I love the fact that we have the people there, and that's how you're gonna know when we go live on Twitch, which is where I normally get these videos from. I'll fly it on Twitch and just simply take that video of that flight and uplink it to YouTube. Unfortunately, you can't interact other than with the comments, but that's how that works. If you want to be a part of the live broadcast, boy, find us on Twitch, Flying with Mike. Love to have you join there, be a part, and feel free to interact with us. I'd love to have you. Our Discord channel I do have tied to the stream, so you can interact by voice too there. I sometimes don't turn it on, but a lot of time I'm trying to get more in the habit of turning it on. So, all right, enough chitty chat. We are now deep into this star. We're down to 23,000 feet. We got some things we got to take care of here, like seat belts, wing lights, and we got more of a checklist to run here, so hang on. All right, so McDo arrivals are in. Performance completed. Let's get the top of descent, or get the winds updated. I don't know if this is functional. Nope. All right. And let's see if any of these are. Does not appear so. All right. Then we'll go the old-fashioned way. Okay, they're already updated, I assume, by that nasty message. Not allowed. I just did it. At Teeny in 18, let's call it 28 and 36, in about 50 miles or so, we'll switch to LS, landing system, constraints on both sides, and see what we get. Let's see how the sunset is going. It's looking pretty as we come down the Florida coast. Just passing Tampa. Sarasota's off the nose to the left. Matter of fact, there's Sarasota Airport right there. All right, let's see how our descent is looking. We're still set at 40, still looking good. Teeny, the music will be silenced, so that's my goal at least. Okay, looks like no weather there. All right, we're coming up on 18,000. Let's do a quick check here, see if we've got a new METAR. We sure do. Perfect, we get the information updated. We are going to 3013. All right, so showing a temperature now of 18 and winds 310, diagonal 6. Yep. That's as of 17 minutes ago. Still looking at a approach speed of 133, landing speed of 128. Green dot is 205, and we'll explain that as we begin our descent. as you can tell, a terrain radar set up over here. There isn't any terrain, folks. We're over the ocean. All you can see is the coastline. Dial that in. Alright, continuing on, we're there. Altimeters are set. Landing lights come on at 10,000. And we'll get the nav display over to constraints now. And we're going to hold on LS here until we get to teeny. Tiny, teeny, however you want to say it. Okay, uncheck here. Houston is all that's up. Miami Tower. Okay, we're looking good so far. Alright, now let me pull this out. You'll see a green dot here, folks. That is letting you know now you're in the managed portion. You're in what the airplane deems as the right sweet spot, if you will, in your descent and speed-wise. All right. Got a little cloud cover to go through. All right, so we got an overcast layer at 5,500 feet to deal with. Alright, as you can tell, we're coming up to Tiny. Next up is... we'll be popping out here, but Elmer 5,000. So I'm going to set that. Okay, now you see the green dot is not here. One, we're slowing, and I'm going to go ahead and deploy speed brakes. And two, when we reach this blue zigzaggy line, that's when that green dot will meet. We're actually above it right now. There it is, coming up from below. You can see we've steepened our descent. We're catching up to it. And we are now at 250. Now, one thing here. Oh, doesn't have the white. Okay. All right, what I'm going to do is take over speed. I think. Actually, we'll keep it coming down. We're going down to 5,000. And we're descending on profile. Green dot is right in between. That, there's a green dot that's down here at about 200 knots. That is where you theoretically is your flap speed. However, you can start deploying flaps at around 220. But it's recommended to wait till green dot. And you'll see it pull up here shortly, because I'm going to start slowing us. And granted, going into a place like Punta Gorda, where primarily it's just Allegiant, but there are other airlines. The volume of traffic isn't that heavy, where spacing is a problem. Here, there's a lot of traffic going in and out of Fort Myers. Also, Naples, a little bit more RJ-ish, but still. So they got to work the speeds. ATC does. Oh, there's Paige. Remember I was asking about that? This line from Paige? It's right here. And you can see us tracking on the map now. Alright, let me go ahead. I promised at Tiny we'd go to a sterile cockpit. We're going to go here. I am going to take over the speed. Slow us to 240 to keep us at a good speed for VA worthiness. Alright, so now Lumber is 5,000, so we're still doing good. Sunset arrival, folks. Hey, where does rain come from? Hence my comments about why X-plane weather I'd like to see if Active Sky or the other one would fix. There's nothing in METAR saying anything about rain. All right. And you, let's see. Nothing showing up on the map either. So that's where I get into some. Would love to discuss. Just because it's a cloud doesn't mean it's raining. All right, 5,000 feet. 4,000 next. And we should break out according to METARs. Okay, so from Cooper, flight attendants prepare for landing. Okay, coming up on Cooper. Okay, now what I just did is took it from moving in thousands down to 100s because we got to set 1,500. Unless, of course, we see what we need to see. Airport should, I'd say, be visible. Not seeing it. All right. Well, hopefully we get under these clouds. Again, rain not reported.
1,500.
All right, folks, here we go. Starting in, we just passed the initial fix, or initial approach fix of Nabac, headed to the initial fix of Rhodey, and then down to 1500 for Omoki on the final approach fix. Flaps 2. Currently 10 miles out. We'll go ahead and start the gear down. Go ahead, set for 15. And head on down. Is that the box he was talking about? Should be a white band there, and it's not. Guess we're not gonna get that. I saw it. Now I know what they're talking about, but I don't know why we don't keep it. All right, flaps full. Brakes medium. I may have to descend. I'm not seeing this runway yet. Coming up to 4 miles. Take it down. Fort Myers traffic. American 1049 on the RNAV, just past the final approach fix 424. Got the runway now in sight.
1,000.
Okay, 130, flaps full, gear down, cabin's ready, cleared to land.
500.
correctly. It looks like we're really low, so let me pull back here.
Minimum.
Hold about 700 feet a minute here. Lined up. See what I mean? It's just a gem to fly.
100.
Little off center.
50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. Retard 5.
And out reverse, off brakes. Welcome to Fort Myers. Oh, she got a little away from me. Okay. Fort Myers traffic, American 1049, clear, 24, to the gate. Okay, I'm going to pull up my gate chart here in a second, as soon as I know how we're coming in. Okay, there. All right, now the gate chart. D5. Basically, what I kind of surmised we'd be over by the west concourse. So, all right, AP should be available. It is. Or let's go ahead and crank it. Okay, so we're going to come in right here. And look for D5. Okay, brakes are set. Alright, what did I miss? Ground spoilers. Let's make sure flaps are indeed fully up. Ground spoilers disarmed. Off. Thing I know I forgot. Terrain radar. Alright, APU is on, terrain's off, and what's our brake temperature? Good. Alright. Ready to shut her down. Let's get Alright, we are in the blocks, folks. Welcome again to Fort Myers. Thank you so much for taking some time to enjoy. Hope we were able to help you out a little bit with the Flight Factor A320. I know it's a 3-hour, 55-minute long video, but I hope through it you did learn a few things. I know I learned a few things. It's been, like I said, since October since I flew it. So let's take a look here real quick. Let me first file. Is it not filing? Well, that's not good. Let me see if they're aware of this error. See how that came out. Bear with me a second, folks. We've there we go. Okay, so it can't be done that way. Okay. Well, then let me fire up and take a snip of that. Oh, we'll take care of that in a second. All right, folks, but let's look at it another way. I was kind of hoping to start with that and move on, but we'll change gears. Be a little flexible. And hang on a second. Let me make sure I did. Okay. And unload. All right. Okay. Okay, I'm just a little concerned here. All right, well, we'll just go with Sim Toolkit and call it a day. All right, so here's Sim Toolkit. As you can see, it logged us at 191 feet a minute, 126 knots. That's really good. You do a quick down and dirty cleanup here. There we go. All right, so what you do here, folks, you go in here, click the item. Sorry for that distraction. And then you basically view details. 2-hour, 38-minute flight, 900 miles. We burned 5,600 kilograms of fuel, 194 feet a minute. Not bad. The airline's recording it a little harder, but all in all, folks, not bad at all. Okay, why I like Sim Toolkit over Volanta. This page right here. Now, I haven't been in Volanta probably close to a year, and they may have changed things. But this tells you a lot of information about your landing, what I call the metrics. So you got your heading, the pitch, all of that good stuff here, folks, including the vertical speed and all of that. Also, it shows you where you touch down at. Okay, now this runway's hard to see it, but you can see the hash marks here as you go down it. That's where they end, which looks like right about here. Mind you, this is a 12,000 foot runway, folks. This is the end of what's the quote landing zone. Basically, just where you know you'll have plenty of runway at the end to get her stopped. All right. These big bars right here, that's where you visually aim. If you had an ILS system, as you saw, the PAPIs are all geared to put you on the ground in that vicinity. All right, and where did we end up? The green dot. 830 feet down the runway. Mind you, that's 1,020 feet down the runway, folks. And I was 24 feet off the center line. That's not good. I've been doing pretty good lining up on the center. Kind of noticed it at the end. You might have seen my nose shifting. So that's why. So really, overall, a good landing. Overall, a great stream. No complaints whatsoever. We got some of those, normal things we get with this, but overall, a good, solid stream. With this problem filing my flight, I think I'm okay. sure I'm not missing a button. Say what? Hang on a second. See, I'm scared if I close it, I lose it. But anyway, folks, I'm going to go ahead, wrap it up here, and try and figure out what I'm able to do and what I'm not able to do. As darkness descends, which already has, but in the flight time we were running upon Fort Myers, I wish you all a great night. Have a happy new year, folks, whenever you get the chance to see this, and we will be back at it live next week as we start the new year off. God bless you all. Y'all have a great night.